I suppose I should get down and into the actual meat of the day. And that unfortunately means opening paint. Very first thing. Very first thing we do is open paint. Because I have a small problem with the current layout, right? So we do a couple of frames. Oops. Use the actual brush. We do a couple of frames of pre-animation, right? So we do the step and the throw, and then we go into a timeline, right? For the kick and the spin, right? Right? Then we have a delay. We're going to call it the latch delay. And then we have something that is similar color to the timeline, but not actually a timeline. Because this has to take into account how long the ladder is, right? So it's just, I think it's just going to be a plain old lerp. Time lerp based on ladder. You think like writing with a mouse would be harder than writing with a pen, but it feels just as bad. Haha. And then another delay. And then unlatch. So this can be a timeline. This is no problem a timeline. It does one thing linearly in a set space and time frame. This cannot be a timeline. Physically cannot be a timeline because the height of the ladder varies, right? And if it's a timeline, one of two things will happen, right? If we have a multiplier for how long the ladder is, you will just slide ridiculously fast down the ladder, which we don't want. We want the sliding down the ladder to be fast, but a constant speed. Or the second thing, if it is a timeline that does not take into account the length of the ladder, you will slide a fixed distance at a fixed speed. And that doesn't solve getting down to the end of a ladder, right? So, yeah. There is actually one. There's actually only one. Oh no, there's two, because you got to stand first, and then. And we don't have the stand because we can just stand there, right? Duh. Biscuit is complete. So I guess we'll just do it like a walking animation, right? Which has a timeline to do the animation, which powers a loop. Any of these use timelines? I don't think they do. Oh, before I forget, you're right. We have some honorable shout out mentions to mention, do we not? So where are we at? Well, where are we at? Bardaki and City Poppu, thank you for the follows. Welcome to the channel. I hope you enjoy it here. That's it. That is it. So I guess we'll just do the down ladder animation here. Oh. We will need an event for it though, which is going to be up ladder, down ladder cycle. It does make me angry that we have to use custom events and we can't just put these in functions, but this will set the height of the ladders or the stairs according to any of them, right? No, even if we don't use that information, it sets it. Ladder helper, stair helper. Down ladder cycle. There we go. You got all these pins nice and organized. It would just be a lot easier to write if we could do it all in functions, because then, you know, you could, and then you prototype it a lot faster. You know what I'm saying? Target climb height times 8 minus 5. That was something, huh? So so this is, thank you. This is 4, quote unquote 4 high, and it consumes 5 blocks. It's really weird. The you know how the Metal Gear Solid, the first one, had these bombastic 1980s style neon VR training system kind of things, like a wireframe rendered image, right? So it had that computer VR kind of feel to it. But MGS2 onwards, I think, moved to a more kind of e-ink display kind of style VR thing. I don't know. It looked cool. Like I'm not complaining, but the fuck just happened? But it is something in it. It is something. Also, huge question, right? So you know how any static meshes which get placed in your level are instanced, right? And you know how you can bake lighting on static meshes put into the level which are non-dynamic, right? But you know how instant static meshes can't receive static lighting. How the fuck does that work? Can someone please tell me how the fuck does that work? How can you instant static meshes with baked lighting when you can't bake lighting into instant static meshes? It doesn't seem like it works. It doesn't seem like it makes any kind of sense. It seems to me like one of those two statements must be false. If anyone, works at Epic Games, if anyone knows what the fuck, let me know. Because it's something that I've been worrying about a lot about this project, because this is a simple scene. There may be a lot of blocks, but they are all definitely 100% instanced, and there are actually only one light source. There's actually 7 light sources, but they ignore those. They're for testing purposes. They don't exist. When you look at the scene like this, they don't exist. And it runs great. Fantastic, 60 FPS, smooth, clean, crisp. And it's not like this game has to run at high FPS anyway. It's not a Twitch arena shooter. It doesn't have that kind of mentality. It's an RPG. It can run probably happily at 12 FPS and you wouldn't notice. But the higher FPS we can get it running at means the more processing power we have available for stuff like AI, quote unquote AI, NPC. Let's call them NPC instead of AI, because they are going to be thick as. What the hell's going on? You good? You good, fam? Are you good? I'll trust that you. It's just a reflection of something weird. That's all. I thought I'd messed up the material for a second. Anyway. So the first thing that we do, I feel like it would be nice if, as well as like having wires to plug in, it would be cool if we could plug in the whole node so that we didn't have all this garbage wire hanging around, you know? demo PCL. Dude, we have a ladder animation delay. Yes. Stair animation delay as well. Ah, poopy. That's gonna be for up and down though. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's fine. Is copy-paste coding still bad if you wrote the code originally? Is copying your own code bad? I'm not sure we need an offset. What even mesh does it need to be? Oh, yeah, no, this one. It's walk, right, lift, and it does need an offset. Does it need an offset? Now that's a little bit of a mind blend, isn't it? There's gonna be a little frame of animation where the feet just go. Interesting. Yeah, so walk, right, lift. And then timeline, right? So we don't need an offset there, or do we? Oh, we can just look at the widget, can't we? And the widget is in the center of that cube. No problem. This one we will need an offset though. Look at that, it's 2 away from the edge. Oh, in fact, the offset will be driven. The offset will be driven entirely by ladder demantle, ladder demantle. Ladder demantle. This hair could be going up a little bit more maybe, but whatever. Do you know what? We might be able to sneak that one into the timeline. Doesn't matter. Oh, right. No, there can't be a delay. There cannot be a delay. Paint. I'm sorry. You're right. There is no latch delay. It's gonna be like a smooth transition. Never happened. Smooth. Yeah, smooth. So I only really want one particle system for each kind of particle, right? I don't want to have to make a particle system facing left and a particle system facing right. So, and it's only going to be a very slight variation. So what I'll do is I'll have a particle system facing up, and then we'll just spawn them in and rotate them outwards. A little bit, like 5 degrees. It'll be beautiful, don't worry. But there'll be 4. 1 each hand, 1 each foot. They're going to be different. Are we going to have to watch a video on YouTube about friction fires, friction sparks, movie, just something that looks cool. I will settle right now for something that looks cool. Okay, so. Ooh. Do you mean I've only been going 20 minutes and I've drunk all my tea? What the hell is this? What's going on? Don't make me go get a drink right now. I'm in the middle of the flow, man. I'm in the middle of understanding the flow, man. A timeline. This is gonna be TL ladder D mantle. Play from the start, yeah. So we have 2 float tracks. Float track 0 to 1, float track 1 to -1. Yeah? Maybe? Maybe. So time 0, value 0. And time 1, value 1. Hello, value 1. No. What button is pan? Or right click, okay. Time 1, value 1, it's gonna be auto curve. They're both gonna be auto curves. Sure, why not? It's the opposite of a cumulative frequency graph, isn't it? Cumulative frequency graph is an F shape like that. So this has got a spike. This has got a spike at the start and at the end. I'm not sure we want that. I don't know what we want really. We'll have to massage it, I think, a little bit. And then this one, we need time 0, value 0, time 0.2, value 0.2, time 1, value minus 1, not -2. I like how it pans them both at the same time. I like how it zooms both of them at the same time. Wow. Friend. Auto curve. Auto curve. That's an interesting looking auto curve you got there. this should be exponential, right? So that it shouldn't have this tail. It should just go zhudush, zhup, zhudush. Yeah, why not? This takes 1 second. You move. Acceleration is 9.81 meters per second squared. So in 1 second, you'll go down 9 meters. So this is actually probably too slow. If anything, it needs to be maybe a half second. Use less keyframe, I guess. Well, we can change that. It's not a massive problem. Oh yeah, and we've got actually when we do this, we've got to we got to do some math. Get world rotation. Mesh test. Promotes a variable, and that is going to be ladder initial rotation. And we need oh no, we need get actor location, don't we? Get actor low. Oh, and this is going to be location. And we need these because if we don't have a reference before we enter the timeline, we make a reference during the timeline, it'll update during the timeline. We don't want it to update during the timeline. We want it to update once before we start the timeline, so we have an actual variable to reference actually. Also, these line up to the left-hand side, and that kind of makes me angry because we're drawing a thing off. They should line up to the right-hand side. Anyway, just ignore me. That's some deep OCD level stuff, I think. Just ignore it. Just ignore it. It'll go away. It'll go away when I hide the nodes, yeah. All my days. Play from start. Rotation height. So what we need to do What do we need to do? We can lerp between rotation and thingy, but we don't want to lerp, do we? What we want to do is we want to get the actor location. Oh. Height, yes. Height, yes. So we want to change the... Oh, God. I'm so sorry. We need one more. We need one more. We need one more curve, I'm afraid. And it is going to be directional. I would like to scroll the list of curves. I don't want to zoom. I'm sorry. So time 0, value 0, yeah, and time 1, value 1. Straight, just a straight line. In fact, if we make this into an auto curve, we can't do anything apparently. Yeah, there we go. We can do a little ease in. It might look actually even cooler than just a straight line, because it'll be like, you know, like there's just a tiny little bit of wind of air resistance. You know, just a little bit of a. It's just a little softening of the line. You know what I mean? And sometimes you need a softening of the line. Okay, even if it costs a little bit more processing power. I don't think it even costs a bit more processing power because the line itself is going to be stored into a bitmap properly, or a bitmask that just has a series of values in a certain resolution. Will do. Is it even going to do a lerp? Is it does timeline do calculations? Does it not do calculations? I don't know. I don't think timelines and curves are especially complicated or process heavy. It's a tiny bit of maths. It's just a tiny bit of maths. CPU does maths internally, intrinsically. CPUs have a math processing core. Okay, they have a bit. Not only that, but they have a four channel 8-bit 8-bit vector maths library, which essentially does RGBA calculations for free, right? Where did I read that? Where did I hear that? Staring off into the void. I can't remember where I heard that or saw that, but I know it's a thing. I know it's a thing. I believe it's a thing, and that's all that's really important. Obviously, I'm not sure how this is going to leverage that. This isn't written to access that directly. Does the CPU know? Is the CPU sentient at this point? Is it just like, well, boy, looks like you're doing RGBA calculations. We can just throw those in the register. Beep boop. Anyway, CPUs are very complicated things. It's not just one turbine that spins and turns a switch. It's more like 4 differently shaped, differently sized turbines, all plugged together with the same kind of flow matrix. You know, all the water goes through all 4 turbines, and some of the turbines have shared water capacity, and then the water going in and the water going out is the same water essentially, but switches are switched. Like I don't really understand it that well. I spent a few in my infancy of learning how to do a computer science. I figured I wasn't really getting it, so I figured that I would learn how a PC worked, because a deeper understanding of how the core mechanics of a PC would definitely give me a better understanding of how a computer program would work, right? Turns out that PCs are incredibly complicated machines that are not meant to be understood by software engineers, programmers, anybody of the like. In fact, people who do the hardware engineering on CPU chips are completely insane. And that is it. Anyway, so we need to change. We need to update the position and rotation, and you know, I will get that drink right now. So if you need a drink, now's a great time to go grab a drink. I'm back. Hey, what's happening? What was I doing? Directional height, rotation. Okay, so this. Oh, do you know, we need to change the mesh before we go into the timeline, I think, once. But there will be no delay on the changing of the mesh. Correct? Demantle A. Because the delay will be in here, right? So on the update, we are gonna move the dude, add actor world offset. We're gonna have to do a little bit more maths than that, I think, but rudimentary, right? So the destination is the direction that we go in. The directional. Okay, so we are actually gonna have to. I think we should probably make a vector here. Make vectore. Make a vector 3. Make vector. There we go. The normal one. The position. I know a vector can be more than a vector, but just shut up, alright? Split. So the destination times by times by the direction times by 32. Right? So the destination is a 1, 0 for a -1 to 1 ranged polar vector. So it's 1, 1 or -1, it's 1, 0, 0, 1, -1, 0, 0, -1, and the only 4 options it can be. It determines the direction, the destination direction, and I don't know why I fucking called it destination when direction would be a much better way of describing it, really. Because direction is already in and it's an integer. And direction is an integer-based representation of the location. That doesn't make me happy. Anyway, this needs to be in ladders. As does this. So the destination do we want to add a active world offset? We don't want to add active world offset, no. We want to set We want to actor location. Is that actor location? Yes. So this will do the X and the Y. And the Z is going to be handled by the height. So it's going to be and then we're gonna have to add these two vectors together, so we get the per update offset, and then we add it to the location that we're going to, that we came from, right? And then the rotation so it's we set the rotation. It's going to be the old rotation plus times by 180. The amount that it's going to rotate by, right? Split struct pin. Yaw. Yaw. We don't do pitch and roll rotations. The only rotations we do are yaw. Set yaw. I did it bad there, sorry. Oops. So this should set the rotation by adding the rotation offset to the rotation going in per update, and then B so we'll have 3 positions if we do modulo 60 on this, right? No. No. We can't do that. How am I gonna do this? How am I gonna update? How am I gonna update? Do you know what? Screw you. Do you know what? Oh, an event track. Oh, hello. Animate. Um, is that gonna work? Oh, animates an exec. Oh wow, okay. Oh, okay, right. So yeah, we deleted that one at 0. Right, okay. Do we not need that then? And we do need an ladder animation counter, ladder animation iterator. Do we use this? No results found. Okay, we use this. Mantle, ladder, ledge. Oh, I see. Initialize it here. Uses it to flip between the two. Animation iterator uses it to flip between the two there. Okay. Okay. Or maybe we can steal that from here. Ladders, up ladder animation frames. Duplicate. Demantle ladder. and then slide. Get a copy index animation counter. If this works, this could be pretty pog. Let's we can always just go into the game and test. We can always just go into the game and test it. It's not like we can't just hop into the game and test it. Nice screen, by the way. Wow. Very cool. So we know going up the ladder is going to work every time. We have tested this. But going down the ladder. Oh, snap! Oh, snap! Did you see that? It was disgusting, but it worked. I want to see it again. Because I'm a masochist. Is it in the correct location? I don't think it's in the correct location there, buddy. It is... Or maybe it is. It would be easier to see if we went up the big one by the yeah, here. By the stairs. Yeah, we're a little bit shy of a full slide there, aren't we? So ideally we would be 8 units further down. Yeah. 4 voxels. Yeah, ideally we would be 8 units further down. So let's just set that to 40. We can always just change the height. It looks a bit weird, doesn't it? The jump. Why don't we just set that to like 0.8? Oh. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna put the player character at the top. At the top of the thing. At the top of the thing. Uh-oh. At the top of the thing. So we have to mess around with any of this. This faffing around. What are we testing on here? So I think the animations need to happen a little bit differently, don't they? You know what I mean? There's a bit of a... The animations need to happen a little bit faster. A little bit earlier, I think. Doing it again. Synchronized views. I prefer this screen for testing actually. Not when it lags. We need to jump higher. Hold on a sec, let me see what the dog wants. Didn't want anything. Yep, my mistake. Right, all of the 0.44 is the last free frame above the surface. So ideally I can map my keyboard so I press the right buttons. Hmm? Yeah, the maybe if we do that. I like that. Am I doing something wrong here? The rotation. The rotation, of course. Just a regular S curve then, what about that? Yes, but also faster. Oh! Hey. Hey. That's more like it. Let's make it even faster. This isn't really what you're meant to be doing with curves. You, my friend. Is there a way to do like a clamp? Yay. Controls. Hello, controls. Hello, controls. My hands are in the wrong place. Alt P. The horizontal as well needs to be faster. That's rotation. It's height. Oh yeah. Directional. Time 0.6. Why not? Do you know what? If we tie the directional, the height. So I think the thing that we've established is that the animation needed to be about twice as fast. Also, it's jumping too high and for too long. It's just 6 to flatten the curve, right? It still looks a bit janky there, doesn't it? Is that the animation precession, maybe? It does look a bit weird there, doesn't it? But I think actually it could be fun. There's like a little... Maybe it's this. Time 0.6. Yeah, that looks a little bit nicer. It's still a weird thing going on. I don't know what it is. If you can see what it is, please let me know at this web address. So it's not the horizontal. Might be the vertical. Might be the rotation. I think it's the horizontal, the vertical. That looks a lot better from the side. Maybe it's just not fast enough still. Is it because we finished the rotation too early, maybe? That looks a lot worse. Looks okay. A lot of screaming dogs today. Oh, fine. I'll go see what it's up. I have no idea. Oops, my avatar died. Yeah, it does. It does do that. It does be that way. Maybe once again the animation frames aren't timed right again. Yeah. It's really hard to see. I won, by the way. What's going on? How are you? That looks okay. Does really need to be a fast animation, huh? Walking in nature. That's nice. Walking in nature. I don't know if I can push this any further up here. It's at 0.7. Let's try a 0.65. Just to be cheeky. Just have a cheeky peeky in the old viewport Roni. Let's have a look at what the offset is on these. I don't think there was an offset, but apparently, oh yeah, look. There is indeed, yeah, an 8-unit offset. Well, everything makes sense now, at least. Cool. So 3 of them, all stacked on top of each other. Beautiful. Give me 2 seconds. Yeah. I don't know what my dog wants. She doesn't want to go out. She doesn't want to stay in. What are we gonna do? Maybe I can get her a Game Boy or something. Keep her occupied instead of barking at passers-by. If I got a cut on the inside of my ear, how? How does that happen? This is prototype. We will have to, you know what? Promote to a variable. This is Niagara ladder sparks. We made that an array. Yeah. And then we compile it so we can add 4 empty items. Get set array element. Worm Juice is going to be angry that I'm using set array element and not add. Do what I like. In the name of speed. In the name of speed, my friend. No. Really, does that make you angry? Let me reflect on that for a moment. Was it not you? I was doing set array element before, and someone was getting really angry because there's the add node, but the add node will cause a T array to do a size comparison. Whereas if you set the T array to be a set size and then you add the elements that you know are going to be going into it, it's faster because the compiler interpreter does not have to think about doing any memory reallocation. Fully faster, I promise you. If you know what elements are going into an array, what elements are coming out of an array, set array element is better. Maybe I was overzealous in my project. Maybe I was overzealous in my project because I didn't actually know how many elements were going to be in the array, and maybe in that instance, yes, it was a bit silly, but in this instance, it's perfectly good. I believe it. Anyway, so what we're going to do is we spawn some Niagara systems that are attached to the mesh test. The dog next door's dog is barking again. If my dog starts barking now, I swear to God, I will go down and see what's up. I have to. Can't stop myself at this point. Anyway, he's a tiny dog, but he does make a lot of noise. Teeny tiny little dogger. Doony doony. Attach the component. Okay, so we're going to attach them all to the mesh. And they'll all have different offsets, obviously, though. They're all gonna have slightly different rotations as well. Now, is that world rotation or local rotation? But because they're attached to the mesh, they're going to inherit the rotation of the mesh already. So I hope we just have to change the y-axis rotation. Oh, microphone, I'm so sorry. Microphone just got smacked. I don't think that's next door's dog. I think that's a dog across the village. It sounds distant. Unless next door's dog is out. It does sound like their dog. Little yapper. But I guess any dog could be a little yapper these days. Anywho. I need further zoom out levels than -12. So we'll add the systems in. It's just a prototype. We don't even have the systems right now ready to go. Well, I guess we could use the fire system that we've already got, right? Did I make that? Is this the one I'm looking for? NS small fire. Why does the Niagara system? Why doesn't it have a preview? It's the only one that's prefixed NS, so I'm guessing I made that. So location. How wide is the thing? You look in the viewport. We can see that the character sits on the floor, and the feet are 2 units apart, or 4 Unreal units apart. But when they're on the ladder, they are 8, I think. It's this one that we need. Oh wow, yeah, okay. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. 12. 10? 10 units either way. 10 units either way. So, that is the y, right? That's the y. So it's the x-axis rotation roll and y horizontal displacement. So y 10, y minus 10, x rotation 5, minus 5. Z. Ah, yeah, no, they need to go up 8 units as well, don't they? 8. Because there's an offset from the 0 here. I don't know why, but there is. Anyway, so 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, 32. 32. 32, 14. It's 40. Um, 40, 14 should be correct. X location is a good question. That's going to be positive X, and it's going to be 14 as well, I think, in all of them. Rotation again, 5 minus 5. So now, when we hit the ladder and we get out of the timeline, it should spawn 4 fires. I mean, you know what? I'm pleasantly surprised by it. I think they are in fact rotated correctly as well. That's amazing. The feet fires, I think if you move them up a little bit more, well, I guess, well, yeah, we moved the feet fire up 4 units. The feet fire. And we'll change the rotation. We'll change it to be 10 degrees because 5. I like how it didn't select the negative sign. That's nice. It knew. It didn't know. God damn it! It was just a fluke. There we go. Obviously, we'll have a different particle system in. This is just a stand-in so that we can see the effect happening. Yeah, the particle system that we'll use is going to have some well, that's some disgusting alpha blending for one thing, but it works. It works for me on the candles because it's like, you know, it's some crappy soot. I think it is actually a graphical glitch based on the alpha blending of the exact pixels being addressed. I don't think it enjoys being alpha blended very much. But it's fine, like, it's really weird. It only happens against like other objects. Like against the sky, it just works, right? Against the emissive stuff, it just works, right? So that if we catch the eyes, maybe, yeah. The eyes... No, the eyes... I don't get it. I do not understand. But that's good. Those are working. Now how am I gonna do the thing? I guess I could just do a timeline, right? A for loop 2.0 timeline, yeah. It is the for loop 2.0 that we were using, right? A while loop, right, okay. God, the dog has disturbed me so many times, my tea is getting cold. Either that or I've lost all concept of time and I've just been sat here talking for like an hour. Oh, you know what? A little bit column A, a little bit column B. And check it out. Interesting. So that's great. That's fantastic. That's working. This is going to get put into movement, I think. Direction, destination, generic movement, object types. WS axis value. I don't want to know. I do not want to know. What did we use? We used the ladder animation counter here for this. We don't need to reinitialize it because we're never going to use it again. But we're going to use the ladder animation iterator like this, right? It was a while loop 2.0, right? I guess we could use a while loop, yeah. We could use a while loop, we could use a for loop. Does not really much matter. We don't need to set the rotation ever again, but we do. We need this. So okay, we'll do a while loop. While loop 2.0. This is timeline. Timeline ladder slide. While we used what, the counter up here? Yeah? Back me up, counter. So we're gonna use the iterator down here. Well, ladder animation iterator is less than target climb height. No. We're gonna re-update. Screw it. We'll have it offset. We'll re-update the initial ladder location, and then we'll increment it from that. So we'll have a float track and an event track. Height. Excuse me. Zero, zero. 0.251. Zero, 0.1. A lot of demantle animation frames. Duplicate. Ladder slide anim frames. That's 0. None of that. None of that. Slide B. Slide A. Uh-huh. No 0.3. Animation is going to be get. Oh, do you know what? Screw it. We'll use the counter again. Fine. Not there. Not there. Oopsie. Oopsie. Here. Because we only want to initialize it as we go in. And then in here. Yes. Yes. Meh. Ladder animation counter. Then ladder animation counter. Set ladder animation counter to be ladder animation counter get plus 1 modulo 2. That's how you make a looping counter. That's one way you can make a looping counter, at least. I like it. So you increment it and then you modulo it. So if it's not within the range that you set, it just flicks right the way back down to 0. So if it equals 1, it'll equal 1. If it equals 0 or 2 or anything that isn't odd, it'll equal 1. I mean 2. I mean 1. I mean what? Get out of here. Set actor location is going to be ladder initial location plus height times by minus 32 split I don't know what's going on there with that. Get out of here with your loop-de-loos. And just arrange yourself backwards, man. What the hell? What's wrong with you? Let's just make a nice looking loop-de-loop. I feel like this is the kind of stuff that doesn't get me hired for real game design jobs. Ooh. So this should, in theory, animate us all the way down the ladder now. So in theory, whoop, we've gone too far. We're not incrementing it. That looks fucking amazing, by the way, but we're not incrementing it. Let's just get rid of that. So finished, we need to increment. We need to increment the what? Ladder animation iterator. Get. Increment. Gotta make this bigger. I'm so sorry, please. I don't do this normally. This is just, it was just a bit of fun. It was just a bit of fun, I promise. Please hire me. I'll put it straight. Yeah, it might be an idea to just use a function, a custom event to loop into that. That looks a lot tidier though. That's the tidiest internal wire I think I've ever done. Now it'll work perfectly. Witness as we do not accelerate into the beyond. Stung. Bruh. 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 We are still on fire though, so. It's just the character that causes that dark outline, isn't it? What the hell, man? What's wrong with you? Does it need to be faster? Did the animation play? I didn't even look at the animation. Oh, I won't lie. I was more worried about it actually getting to the end of the ladder way than looking at the actual animation. Sorry. The animation does indeed play. Not very fast though, is it? Does it need to be twice as fast as that? There's one at 0.3 which we don't need. Let's put one at 0.15 and 0.5. 0.05 fucking do. So it's going to animate twice as many times and it's going to go down the ladder 1/3 extra fast. It's gonna lag. It's gonna lag a little bit, huh? Tiny little imperceivable lag, I'd say. Imperceivable lag. I don't know what was going on. I think it was getting hung up on the fact that there was an animation frame that it couldn't play because it does it Looks like it does some async stuff. But it doesn't really matter. Looks silly. Okay, maybe it doesn't have to animate that many times. Maybe we don't need those. Maybe just 2 animation frames is enough. I take it back. It needs all those animation frames. Maybe 3. Maybe 3 animation frames is the sweet spot. Because then there's a weird, then there'll be a weird oscillation, right? So we got 0.5, we got 0.2. So in between 0.5 and 0.2 is 0.125, maybe 0.115. 0.125 is in the middle. Fuck you. I'm good at maths. I got A levels. Get out of here. Not having any of that around here. Yeah, so I think actually giving the animation, giving the timeline a proper bounds, rather than relying on the last keyframe, because the last keyframe of the animation thing seems to be giving it a bit of a hitch. Ah, is that possibly one of the reasons the walk animation doesn't work correctly? Interesting. 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 Can you believe it's like we're a third of the way? We're 1 Decameron through October. Does anyone even use the word Decameron anymore? Has anyone ever used the word Decameron? I only know it because I studied Japanese and it's one of the words that you have to learn. Look, I'll draw it for you. I know the frickin' character, right? It's what spoon with a day in the middle? It means 10 days. It means 10 days. There you go. Why we need a specific character to mean 10 days. Why it even has a word, okay, is beyond me. Anyway, we've where's my thing? Right. Okay, so we I need a legible color here. We've done that. We've done that. I think we've done that. I think we've done that as well. We just need the delay and unhook, and we're gravy. Does anyone actually like gravy? Like, I don't get it. It's not something I've ever enjoyed. People are gonna be like, "You're crazy," but it's true. And so when the while loop 2.0 completes, we need to do a for each loop. Spawn system at location. FX Niagara Magic. Groom rod system. Groom spring system. Small file. Radial burst. Simple explosion. Radial burst. Directional burst. It's just simple explosion. Why not? Right? It's gonna be smoke in the final. Right? Here's hoping that that destroys the particle effect and not the not the character model. I would like it to be known that I have not yet used the nested for loop yet. So you can suck my wad. That was amazing, by the way. Impact explosion. Yeah, it's beautiful. And then we have a delay. 0.2. We set the mesh. And we set the offset. Just a regular old plain Jane mesh offset. Where's the mesh offset pattern? I need a mesh offset pattern to copy. There it is. Move it 8 up. I don't think we have to move it horizontally or vertically. I think it should be. Oh, yeah. It should be theoretically correctly aligned in the center of the grid. Let's just have a look at that. It should be 16 units or 8 voxels away from this edge. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and it should be squeezed just behind the heel there. I think it is. So I don't think we need to do an XY offset, but we do need to do a Z offset because the actual the mesh itself for sliding down the stairs has got a Z offset. So yeah. Oh, hold on. Movement completed. Right. So now, with any luck, we should be able to slide with bombast down the ladder. We We've done a bad, right? No. No. We haven't done a bad. Our program has done a bad by multiplying by 0. Guess what? If you multiply a value by 0, it will equal 0. It will not equal 8, as you think it might do. That's far too epic. Also, BIP. Yeah, big BIP. Mathematics BIP. We are aligned with the grid. We can climb the ladder. We're aligned with the ladder. Climbing the ladder animation works perfectly fine. So this is always the worry. Have I broken something inadvertently? I've broken something inadvertently. How? Why? This happened before as well, didn't it? Yeah, not like this. Or what did I do to fix it? I really don't want to have to watch my entire 5-hour VOD back to find out how I fixed it. That's not on the cards for me, I'm afraid. It shouldn't do, right? Because when we get a new value, for the ladder height when we go up the ladder, right? Oh, my question is, yeah, no, still checking shin height for that. The raycasts are in the right place. The actor is aligned with the actor model. Is going up these stairs gonna do it? Is that gonna break us? Are we gonna walk off one below? No. That worked out perfectly fine. And going down the stairs also worked out perfectly fine. But that isn't based on taking the height of a climbable, right? But we take the height of the climbable every time we assess a climbable. Don't get off there. Why would you get off there? What are you doing? This worked perfectly before I did this. Right, okay, second sanity check. Okay, is this gonna break it? Okay, so it's definitely something in going down the ladder. Something in this code, which is messing us up. We're losing a brick. Oh, hey. Howdy, friends. let's just slow down. Ladder animation delay, set. Ladder animation delay, mesh set. Ladder animation count. Ladder animation count. Ah, I see what it is. I see exactly what it is, yeah. We don't do any initialization in here, which we need to do. So do we just use the iterator on this? I don't think we use the counter, but the iterator has been used in both, not being initialized before its use here, which is a bad. That's a big bad. And now everything will work perfectly as God intended, and by God I mean me. Whoosh. Bingo, baby. Okay, that's a problem. So particles are being spawned, and then the particle systems are being culled, destroyed by the function, but the particles are still part of that. So they get destroyed, they get zapped. So maybe not destroy component, maybe something like deactivate. But this is still going to have some particle systems kicking around, right? Yeah, deactivate works a lot nicer. You can see the fire kind of hangs around a little bit, which is what we want. But at the same time, now we have we're generating particle systems that could otherwise just be a permanent part of the model. We're culling particle systems that don't exist. We're reinitializing the particle systems with themselves, which is wasteful. I think it's good enough for now. We use deactivate. Deactivated particle systems don't play, but do they consume any memory? That is a question. That is a question for a pro, I'm afraid. We got 163 actors. We're going to jump to 175 actors. 175 actors is going to jump to nothing. And it's not going to increase at all, spawning those particle systems in. Which is a good thing. It's not even going to increase spawning the... Oh, shit. I pressed H. Abort. Cool. This is far too fun. I see the problem. We are rotating the wrong way. Whoop! How did I not notice that before? So rotation. Rotation. So will give us a chance to have a nice look at the animation as well. When I say look at the animation. I think yeah, the external curve rotation. This could happen faster. That touchdown is both hilarious and too much. Yeah. The main character in my game is a Titan. That is Thunder Crash. Thank you. Does anyone stood at the bottom of a ladder? They did. It's just the default Niagara explosion. I don't have any smoke. It's meant to be smoke, right? So there's 4 explosions being spawned here, which is insane. But it's meant to be smoke because you see there's some fire that comes off the hands and the feet. It's a funny little Acme invention kind of thing. I think the jump is too high, you know? Look, the jump is too high. By some miracle, this is too much. 0.1. I think we got something mostly usable here. I think it's gonna be 4.8 units up, and I think it's 4 units on that last one. That's fine for height. The speed of the rotation seems okay. The rate of descent is acceptable, I think. I think the change to the last frame of animation needs to be later. I don't want to have to do this later, you know? Better get it tuned up right now. Yeah, that feels a little bit nicer, doesn't it? Hmm? What do you think? Airtime could do with being pushed over. I feel like... Yeah, like that maybe? So now the acceleration down is going to be faster, but the hang time over the edge as you're over the edge is going to be longer. Might look a bit weird though. That's my only worry ever. Yeah, that you're stationary there, and you just kind of scoot sideways. Looks a bit weird. Like from that one angle that I looked at it first from, it looked weird. I think everything just has to happen a little bit faster. Not everything, but maybe jumping out needs to happen a little bit faster. Just a little, just a tiny scooch. Just a little this. I can't remember how to put a clamp thing here. Is that going to clamp it? That is not. That is absolutely not going to clamp it. But it could happen earlier, right? And that would give it. Would that work? Is that going to work? Just happening earlier? Just happening faster? Am I playing in the actual viewport again? God damn it. It's stylized. That's my excuse. It looks fine, doesn't it? Does it? I need a professional. I need a professional. Hello, professional animators. Can I hire you for $0 to do this animation for me, please? Thank you. What's your secret sauce animation curve? That's fine. Like it's a little leap out and a twisty. I don't know if the twisty starts too late. How could it start earlier though? That's my question. Like it literally starts in the first frame of the animation. I need a shorter ladder. But at least we're twisting the right way this time. really weird seeing it like smooth move sometimes. You know? Like that. It's just seems okay. Well, if it seems okay, then it must be okay. I'm sure there's a ladder around here somewhere. Did I walk past it already? Oh, that's there. There it is. Photorealistic bomb. Photorealistic explosion at the end of the travel. My question is, do I need one also? Do I need a particle system on the floor to be like a footstep thing? Like, I don't want to overcomplicate. I don't want to overcomplicate the game, the systems, the engine, or anything like that. But I want it to be cool. I want it to be immersive, and I want there to be those little, you know, crispy golden nuggets of detail. Where are you going for a tiny little dust kick up, and that's all I had. I was right. Okay, so I'm still playing. Right, so you see, there's fire coming off the hands. You can't see it because they're so big. But it spawns a particle system where those fires are, and they're going to be replaced with smoke. So it'll be like a cloud of smoke coming off the fire. But because they're explosions, they're huge, and it looks like you've just hit the floor, basically. I guess I could just fake doing the I pressed H again. Why have I done this? H is a dangerous key and it needs to be taken away from me. Yeah, I'm in the wall now. Great. H is not going to be a shipping build feature, by the way. you can get out of here if you think H is going to be a shipping build feature. Maybe it will be, but it won't do what it does now. It'll just set you to a location or something. Nah, that's interesting. What the fuck was that? Whoa. Did you see that? Yeah, but did you see that? Ow! Shamon. God damn it. Why? Why are you like this? It's fine now. It's fine now, but why doesn't it update? You let it just do its thing, and boom, it's fine. Caused backwards movement. Not backwards movement. No. Just the model did not get rotated. The model's meant to be rotated whenever you walk. As shown by the fact that you can walk in any direction and it will rotate the model correctly. The player never rotates. Am I rotating the actor? Oh, right. Yes, it's meant to check right there to see. It's meant to just rotate you to the direction that you're moving in. Like that. But it doesn't. And I want to know why. That's a bug. You know what we do with bugs? We put them in the Trello. Boot it up in the background again. Thank you, Trello. Thank you. A round of applause for the meme. Round of applause for the meme. Oh, it's because I'm in game, isn't it? We'll just try it again. We'll just try it again. It's not funny if you have to do it twice, though, is it? There we go. Okay. I'll put that on a post-it note, yeah. Bugs. Swapping out a mesh causes big recalculation for lighting, shadows, and movement. Consider. Correct. Correct. There it is. Pressing H while climbing stairs ladder will chicken muck fuck you up. What was the bug? Holding input after sliding down ladder will cause moonwalking. We might just leave it in the game as a feature. A cheeky meme. It's a very low tier kind of bug. Because you can still move. Like, it doesn't stop you from walking places. It just, you walk backwards. And, you know, it's kind of funny. People will see that, they'll clip it, they'll be like, moonwalking. That was cool in the 90s. Actually, in the 80s. Was it ever really that cool? But anyway. This is the automata camera angle here. Like. Yeah, that. Oh, there is an extra frame of animation in between here, isn't there? It's a step. What happens if you immediately go left or right at the bottom? Ooh, that's a good question. Nothing. Nothing special. It just works. It's only if you keep going. It's only if you keep going forwards or backwards, technically. You can even just climb straight back up. No problem. Well then, indeed. And it seems to work in any direction, so. Bug or feature? Oh, bigger question. What if I hold a different direction? Like forward. Yeah, that still activates it. Yeah. Oh, I think I know what it is. I think I know what the problem is. So we have a little function that checks if controller movement input persisting. Controller movement input persisting 2.0. Find references. Yeah, where do I use it though? Oh, for God's sake. Right, here we go. Motion train wreck. That's fine. Motion loop. No. Yes? Yes. No. No. Move PC. Collision check. Animation instigator. Here we go. Right. Okay, so movement completed. Here it is. Here it is, everybody. Movement completed. Controller movement input persisting. Branch true. Go figure. Go figure. This is when the only movement we had was walking. So go figure. Will simply repeat here. We could just fix this by doing a set world rotation inside the Go figure. That would be really easy fix. That would be a really, really easy fix. Or we can just leave it in. Funny Easter egg. Everyone gets a laugh. I'm leaving it in. I'm leaving it in. Write a comment. Easter egg. Fuck you. Toroidal world projections are poopy. Put the camera lag ahead of the player. Ooh. Refactor stair animation logic to use the height of the stairs. Find out how C++ merge actors. Panic buttons. Where's the slide down ladders thing? Because we done it. I don't think there's very much more locomotion animation that we can do. Like basically just be mantling ledges, which is the same as mantling the top of the ladder, only the ladder is 1 unit big. 1 unit big. Demantling a mantle though. That's interesting. I don't think it's something we need for the demo. You think it's something we need for the demo? Mantleable ledges? They are in a lot of games, but we have ladders instead, so I wonder if they're necessary really for the enjoyment. A cool camera system would be nice, but also extremely hard to set up. Well, okay, granted. We have a month and 2/3 to do this. A month and 4/3 actually. Don't ignore the top heavy fraction. Ignore the top heavy fraction. Ignore it. Do not look directly into the top heavy fraction. Some people like to call them irrational fractions. Irrational? No. What's the word? God damn it. What's the word? I've forgotten what the word is. You know what I haven't forgotten though? About these booster packs. Every 10 follows or 1 sub, I'll open one. We'll all get to see what's inside with our brain eyes. So there's some things that Lumen isn't doing very well for me. Okay? Lumen isn't culling light from the edges of screens where light isn't coming from anymore. So there's sky reflected light, which is fine. This scene here looks great because everything in the scene is coherent with blocking light or reflecting light. But were we to travel over to yonder cabin in the woods, are these ladders or are they just static meshes? I don't want to go up and find out. They're just static meshes, don't worry. We're all safe, kids. But if we were to go into this little room here, which I've constructed purely for testing. Oh, there's a light in here. I totally forgot about that. Close the door. Close the door. Close. Thank you. So that's fine. Everything's dark, as it should be. If we look at the floor, it's fine. And if we look at the ceiling, it's fine. Okay, bug, just fix yourself while I'm not looking, why don't you? Here we go. So now we're in the darkest recesses of the room, and the wall and the walls, all the walls are in fact starting to be lit by the outside skylight from the top. You can see that, right? That's not light leakage. That's something about Lumen's world space light gathering. that I do not understand. Because we can look up. There's no light leaking, right? And it's just a bit weird, and I don't like it. I need to figure out what's going on, because it doesn't look good. It looks bad. So that's one thing. Maybe I just need to watch some video essays on Lumen. But I'm pretty happy with the progress we've made so far. Not insignificant progress, if I do say so myself. Look at this lad. Stood here to remind us what the game used to resemble. I don't want to say resemble. We used to be able to walk around as him. He used to be the walk around tool. Check him out. That's right. It's ya boy. He doesn't even have metallic properties on his headband. What a loser. Look how shiny this is in comparison. The aesthetic was good though. Like, the head shape, the head size, and the height of the model. All great reference material. And they helped in creating this. His armor's a bit slapdash though. His eyes don't glow either. What a lamer. No glowing eyes. What are you, some kind of human? I have the horrible feeling I've missed out like the tail on one of the animations. I haven't though, have I? Please. Please. Tail. It's really hard to see actually. Oh, that's better. I like how it replicates in the shadow as well over there. It's really nice. Wait, was the tail there? Wait. Don't. Do not. Do not. I swear I spent hours putting tails on these things. Pin the tail on the tiefling. You party game? Everybody? I can just look at the 3D models. I don't know why I'm torturing myself with this stupidity. This stupidity. Ladder mantle A. Tail. There is a tail there. A ladder mantle B. There is a tail there. Ladder mantle C is obviously a tail there. Ladder mantle D. Hello. There is a tail on ladder mantle D as well. It's curly. And ladder mantle E. Uh-oh. No, there's a tail there as well. Perfect. So something I want to do, just for full completionists' sake. Perfect. It's exactly what I wanted. Great. Well, shit. Dude, I've got one of those Metal Gear Solid 5 lens flares in my monitor. There's some bright red streaks just... What's that even reflecting off? Seriously, what is that reflecting off? Like there's a sunbeam just into the room, but I don't know what red thing is being reflected here. It's freaking it's directly behind my head. It isn't, mate. I don't know what you're looking at. It's putting me off, man. I don't know what it is. It's freaking me out. Now, part of the responsible game dev in me says that I should probably find something else to do here. The irresponsible game dev in me says you should take a break and play some video games for a while. Tricky. Very tricky. Toto. We do have a Toto. Demo area for pre-alpha downloadable. Decide with player information stored party, encyclopedia inventory, etc. Door close around PC and PC please fix. Gravity? Move all blocks. You can walk into activate movement to their own class. Interesting. Nah. Make the whole world respect an actual 3D grid. Nah, I don't really care about that. Yeah, I don't really care about that. Refactor stair animation logic use the height of the stairs. Yes, don't really care about that. These are low. Cannot mount stairs through top of stairs collider. What? Cannot mount stairs through top of stairs collider. I don't know what is going. I don't know what this is going to break yet, but sure as heck going to break something. You can feel it. Cannot mount stairs through top of stairs collider. Cannot mount stairs through top of stairs collider. I don't think this is a bug. Because you can mount the stairs through the top of stairs collider, right? Here, obviously it blocks. Obviously it blocks. Obviously it blocks. Obviously it blocks, because there's no way you're going to get onto the stairs that way. There's no animation that we can do, really. Well, you can get into the stairs like that. That's how it fucking works. I don't know what I was smoking when I wrote that bug, but it is incorrect to call that a bug. That is move to done. Walking downstairs into an abyss might be bad, yes. Colliding with a wall at the top of the stairs will clip the player into the wall. Probably untested. It will. It will. Top staircase will act as walls on top of the level of room to make them psychologically unavailable. Yeah. Totally fine. Climbing the stairs automatically passes a head height collision test and allows clipping through walls. Colliding with stairs automatically passes head height collision test and allows slipping through walls. Yes, it does. But only if you put a wall inside the stairs. Blade as a line trace even just turning. I don't get that. But I see how it does. It's because the turning is part of the movement loop. It's not part of doesn't happen before any of this. The collision check is right here. Where are we calling move PC from here? Oh no, it's not there. What the hell? It's a movement loop. Set world rotation. Delay. Do once. Oh, I see. Right, okay. Okay, so it was an efficiency thing to combine these two booleans into one branch. Right, yeah, because otherwise you'd check to see if you were still holding the button and then you'd do the collision check. But do you need to? Is it clever to do that? I don't know. Does it cost more CPU to do a line trace than it does to do two branches? That's my question. Does it cost more CPU to do a line trace than it does to poorly analyze a branch? Because it would only be one branch. but then we'd have 2 branches, and it would be 2 poorly analyzed branches in a row if it messed up completely. It's difficult. It's difficult to find out how that would work out, isn't it? Because you don't know until you try, and then when you try, it might work out differently in different instances, and the compiler might change. Okay. Collapse to macro. Macro is ladder slide initialization. Correct. The initialization of variables pertaining to sliding down the ladder. We can set this to a macro as well. Collapse to a macro. This is ladder slide. This is ladder demantle, actually. Ladder demantle animation. This is a mess. Can we turn this into a macro? The whole thing? Not you. I think we can. This is ladder demantle transform. And okay. So if you move A2 to the top, that is rotation in. Swap B and A. Jesus, what a mess. Event graph, what are they? Height and directional. We're gonna need the outputs, right? collapse the macro, ladder, slide, Niagara system, initialization. Collapse to a macro, ladder, slide, NS. Deactivate. Deactivation, I guess. Collapse the macro, ladder, slide, animation. Ladder, slide, transform, form. Yeah. Was my mouth open the whole time? Still a bit bigger than the going up the ladder. But I can deal with it. Bit of cleanup's never a bad thing. Make it look a little bit nice. Give everything a good label so you know what's happening. Mount ladder up. Mount ladder ledge. Good. I like it. I like it. Tracking lost, huh? Track this. I swear it tracks my face further away better than it does up close. What? Watch this. See that? That's amazing, isn't it? It can track my face. I'm like an extra meter away from the camera. Maybe I should just put it further back. Maybe I should put it behind the screen or something. Stick it to the window outside. It's silly. Or maybe I should just get a camera that can actually take good video. Maybe I should play around in my video game a little bit more. I like it. Oh, right. We need to. Right. Okay. To-dos. We can. We can put some things in the to-dos. Add ladder material. Black body emission. Emission? Is that right? Apparently that is correct. Apparently. Add ladder material black body emission. Make smoke and ladder slide. Niagara systems. Proper noun. Fuck you. Don't care about proper nouns. Add ladder material black body emission. Make smoke and ladder slide. Niagara systems. Great. I'm gonna get a drink, and then I'm gonna have a break. So we'll play a video game or something. Maybe some Genshin, maybe some Destiny. And then we'll do some particle system stuff, I think. That could be cool. One more time. Again. Okay, I'm good. Game content. Particles. Materials. Particle basic. That will come in useful. just have a cheeky peeky at the particle basic, okay? Because do we have parameters? We have parameters. Sphere mask, hardness, texture coordinate. It's masked, right? That's why it looks like this. Oh, emissive power is a parameter, apparently. Interesting. Multiply. I don't know why I've deserved this. That apparently not it. Cannot cast from float 2 to float 3. Okay. Interesting. Maybe like that. Oh, shoot. I'm so sorry. That's the one. That's the one. Ah, poopy. Right, okay. Parameter is going to be... Oh, cool. So, right. Great. Excellent slam. I think that's it. I think that is it, yeah. PM basic circle is going to be... a circle. Surprise, surprise. PM basic streak is going to be... yeah. Oh, Oh, baby. That's too much. That does look a little bit more convincing as streaks, doesn't it? Don't tempt me. Do not tempt me. PM basic circle I equal. Beautiful. Oh, is it because it gets an outline drawn on it? Is that why? I see. I see. Where Trello at? To do. Refactor walk an animation to use the event timeline and add SFX. No, that's too much. Add SFX to walking etc. Yeah, so we need to I think we actually did want a fountain. I just chickened out at the last second there. Alignment. Vertically aligned? Yeah, that's kind of, yeah, okay. Emitter spawn. Emitter properties. CPU sim? GPU compute sim. Yeah. No bounds, right? We'll make a bounds in a second, don't worry. Loop behavior infinite, G loop duration 2, spawn rate 90, spawn rate 90, okay. Initialize particle, random. Color minimum. It's gonna be like a dark orange, light yellow. Here we go, sphere location. Add velocity and cone. Gravity force, no. Eh. Yeah? Rotational drag. Huh. I can dig it. Mass mode. Sprite size mode. That's too big, right? Yeah, knew that was gonna happen. We just delete that. Yeah, whoops. Nope, didn't mean to do that. Deactivation. Whoops. Promote to a variable. System template. This is gonna be oops. Oops. Oopsie doopsie. Y'all ready for this? The sparks could be a bit bigger, huh? Seem to have some cheeky lag going on here. I don't especially understand it. Okay. So um 'initialize particle'. Uniform sprite size min 0.5, max 2. 1 to 3. Nine to 14. Fallen Haven Gaming, hey. Hi, sorry if I missed you walk in there, sorry. I'm just trying to work out how this, how we get a float curve for the RGB. It's all good, you get focus too? Good. Focus is good. Look, the vector. There it is! There it is. 1, 1, 0, 2, 0.6, 0.3, 0. Interesting. Alpha. 1. No. 0. 1. Oh, for fuck's sake. Ah, but that's how you do it. Lerp vector. But it's just over time, right? So we need a float. Vector float from curve. Vector from float, no. Float from curve. Vector from curve, there we go. There we go. Time 1, value 1. Time 1, value 0.3. None of that. There it is. I got it. Hot damn. Why this? This is a scary looking button. Why can't there be like a drop down here? Feature request. Drop down. Also, it's very bright. Excuse me for slurping. Scale curve. It's very, very bright, isn't it? So let's add another one. 0.5. Can we make that a curve? Beauty. We could probably not need that. We can probably just turn this into a curve. Not that one. This one. Why you gotta be like this, man? There you go. There we go. Wasn't that beautiful? Add velocity in a cone. Beautiful. I suppose you want to see it in action, don't you? Not from there, you don't. From the test character, we get a nice big old window to play it in here. Also, I don't know what's slowing down my PC. Something has started to slow down the PC today. We are dropping frames. It's all acting crazy. Is it too much now? I didn't expect it to be that much. So the sparks, I think we can widen maybe the sparks a little bit. And I think we can maybe lower the time the flame is around. The sparks are great though. Initialize particle, here we go. Lifetime min 1, 2. Just a little bit less sticky roundy. 0.8, 2. A little bit less sticky roundy. And the sparks, velocity and cone. Cone angle is 20. Let's make it 40. That might be too much now. We'll find out. We will find out momentarily. We will use the correct controls to do the camera with. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. You can't deny that looks pretty good. Not the explosion at the bottom. Don't focus on the explosion at the bottom. It's hilarious, I know, but I don't know if we can force inputs to not be taken by that or something. It's what we want. Right. New material. This is gonna be particle lit basic. In fact, delete that. We should duplicate this. Particle lit basic. So the way particles are set up in Unreal by default is default unlit emissive texture, right? But if you want a particle to receive lighting from the world, how's that gonna work, huh? Thin translucent materials must be translucent. Thin translucent materials must be surface per pixel lighting, translucency, light mode, surface, forward shading. Thin translucent materials require the use of thin translucent material output node. Fuck. Not that one then, apparently. Default lit. You good with default lit? Better be good with default lit. That's what we want. We want it to be default and we want it to be lit. Two-sided. Two-sided is good. I don't think this is what we want, really. Ooh, hello. That's it's interesting, at least. A lot of banding in that. The big question is it worth it? It's just a particle. Like, is it worth doing weird stuff like pixel depth offset normals on something you're probably not even going to see? Where's my material gone, by the way? Oh, there it is. Oh, it takes a height map input and generates a normal. Well, that's one of these, right? Function UV1, baby. Let's try that instead. Ooh. Yeah, it's disgusting. But that is doing what I think we wanted it to do. It's got a normal to it now, right? I don't know about the pixel depth offset. Let's get rid of that. Put that into world position offset instead. I don't think any of this stuff works anymore. It's deprecated in Unreal Engine 5. There's no tessellation at all. They want you to use big meshes. Yeah, you see? There's no offsets. Yeah, it's flat as a pancake, I'm afraid. I think I was using the node wrong. I don't even know what it does. I'm just messing around right now. I'm trying to. I just want it to look like, you know, to have a bit of detail, to have a bit of three-dimensional reflectivity. Because if it's just flat and it gets thrown into the world, right, it's gonna have a bad time being rendered. It's gonna look like ass. It's not really doing a normal function, is it? Blech. So the whole thing needs to be blue. I think, right, just bear with me a second, right? We don't need any of this. We don't need any of this fancy computation, right? We got text coordinate and multiply. And we're going to multiply it by the sphere mask. Hello. Preview that. We should get. Huh? That looks like a bump map, if you ask me. We just need to add. We just need to append, actually. Append vector. Yeah, I got a big brain. I got a big brain. My PC's brain not so big right now, but my brain's still pretty good. I think I may have crashed the engine. Let's just leave it a moment. Anybody got any questions? Maybe anyone in chat got a friendly questione? It does bug me that the Learn Unreal tab is buzzing, but actual Unreal has just gone as if I'd tried to kill it. All I did was do an append. Do you know what? We can't just use texture coordinate either. Oh, it's still responding. What the hell? Hi. Yeah, that's more like it. That's more like what we expect. We do actually also. Yeah, we need this. We don't need that. Get out of here. You're extraneous. So this is scaled to. That's interesting. It's not white. This looks less and less like a bump map now. It's very pink. But it's meant to be, yeah, it's going to be scaled by this, right? No, you're right. Yeah, we did need that one. There you go. There's your normal. There's your normal information. You can stop complaining that it's incorrect. Interesting. It's done something I didn't expect it to do. We've got a halo now. So the texture coordinate is 0 to 1 red, 0 to 1 green, right? Have I done this wrong? So normal bump map. Let me just Google what it looks like. What does the normal map of a sphere look like? Okay, one, it's upside down. it's upside down or it's left to right. Reconstructing geometry shape with normal map. Yep. Hand painting normal maps in Photoshop, you madman. So it looks here we have red at the bottom right. And green at the top left. So green is top to bottom, red is right to left. Is that right? Friend, is that right? Unreal. Procedurally generate curved normals in shader. Here we go. This is a lot more node than I have. Okay, so normals are -1 to 1 in Unreal Engine. I thought they were. I really did think they were. And then we add blue to the whole scene. But that is it. That should be it, at least. Is it still upside down? Is it? I can't tell. I cannot tell. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hello. Double-sided, aren't you? It's something. It's definitely something. Right, you hold L and you can move the light around. But that looks like it's correct, for want of a better word. We can see when it's lit from the top, it does top stuff. When it's lit from the side or the bottom, it does side and bottom stuff. Adequate, I think, is the word. Cool. So it did actually work. Great. Just keep it neat, yeah? Just keeping it neat. And then we... Why was there an emissive color? Why was there an emissive color? Scary. Hello. Hello. Emissive. Interesting. Good. Good. That's exactly what happened. It was set wrong, and therefore it was set wrong. And now I've crashed it by trying to save. Thank you. Pray for Unreal. Compile your shaders, Unreal. Oh, we don't have parameters for how metallic, specular, and rough stuff is. There will be no typos in my game. Hmm. $172 instructions. Is that a lot? How many is the basic emissive particle? 48. Damn. Ooh, damn. Lovely. And then new system from a template. Radial burst. NS. Smoke. Cloud. Color minimum. Not fun. Oh. Sure. Oh no. Alpha 0.8. Lifetime min 2. 4. Gravity force 40. Add velocity from a point. Minimum 20. Maximum 50. Sphere radius 2. Yeah, size. Sprite size min 5 to 15. time 1, value 2. Yeah. Loop duration infinite once. Scale color. I think that's fine. Scale RGB is fine. Scale sprite size, drag gravity, particle state, kill particles till lifetime has elapsed. Yes. Add velocity from point. Okay. Sphere location. Cool. NS smoke cloud. That's quite a lot of smoke. Less of that, maybe. How much less? Half the size? Um, 3 to 12, 10. Sphere location. Sphere location's fine. Velocity from a point. 5 to 12. I like that. Ugh. Losing frames here, buddy. I don't know why. You tell me. I think we might need to move the particle systems back a little bit. This one. So that would be the X position, right? Isn't that nice to look at? I like it. It's so silly, but it's worth every second of the 4 hours and 22 minutes we spent working on it. Plus the, 7 hours of modeling and I think maybe the alpha could tail off a little bit quicker. Do we need this looks so good. Thank you. I think I'm obviously not gonna do it today because it's 9 p.m. and but I'm gonna add it to the Trello. Add an animation tween for the end of the ladder slide. +1 to Trello use. +1 to Trello use. Oh. Trello's been a bit awkward because I downloaded it from the Microsoft App Store. I can't do anything fun with it. It doesn't have an XA location. It does have an XA location. Obviously, it wouldn't be able to run if it didn't. But it's protected in the Windows App Store App Library folder. But also, the executable file in the Windows App Store App Files folder is a different version of Trello to the version of Trello that you boot with the Trello icon on the main menu, despite it being the exact same program, installed in the exact same location. So I took ownership of that file, and I got the path to the executable, and I made a cool thing
Flashbang out.
that launches Trello. It's just gonna flash Trello on my screen, but it doesn't work. Like, I tested it real hard and it worked perfectly, but the second I started streaming, Trello doesn't pop up when you press it, and it's disappointing. I'm gonna just change this a little bit. That sucks. Yeah, it's fine. What are you gonna do about it? 4 to 10, and then gravity force. Gonna make that a bit bigger. And then recalculate the bounds. No. What's wrong with you? I hate you. Emitter properties, fixed bounds. I'm not allowed to edit this? What do you mean I'm not allowed to edit this? One warning. Where? You used to be able to edit. Oh, there we go. We're just gonna fine tune this because there's no way the bounds need to be this big. That good for you? That actually looks cool. The bounds are just there so it stops rendering if it goes off screen or anything weird like that. So if the bounds are on screen, it'll render, but if the bounds are off screen, it'll. We all know about that. We all know about that. So I'm just reassuring myself that it's not going to despawn if the particles go off screen. Like you can still chase them back up. It's only if the bounds leave the screen that the particles will despawn. Not that they stick around for that long, but I just had a moment. That's all. That's all it was. Also, hey City Pop, thanks for the follow by the way. You weren't here when. I'm glad I put the normals on. I'm glad I put the normals on. That looks good. Once more in the sun, please. In fact, no. Get out of here. Once more in the sun on a big screen. Amazing. I mean, it's not really amazing, but it's amazing to me, and that's what counts. But because each particle has got a spherical normal map, essentially, it catches the light. Was it actually catching the wrong way? Is it actually upside down? Is it still upside down? I swear I fixed it. I swear it was doing okay in the editor. Well, it's still in the editor technically. I swear I fixed that. Or is it just the way we're looking at it? I don't care. It looks like smoke. It's fine. It's totally fine. Dude, that fire really does pop. Like, especially against like a dark background. The sparks have got some kind of crazy distortion going on around them. I don't know how that happened. It's nice though. The sparks could be brighter. Yeah, they're a little bit wispy, aren't they? We have them. We have them open still. We can just change that. Emitter properties, GPU, spawn, emitter state, spawn rate, particle spawn, particle spawn, particle spawn, particle spawn, particle spawn. So the alpha's fine. The size 9 to 14, they're pretty big. I won't lie, they're pretty big. $11 to 14, why not? because they show up in, you know, they show up. They're definitely there. Maybe we should just not scale the alpha. Maybe the alpha should be left unscaled. In fact, I didn't even think to look at the alpha. It does look like it's being scaled. It does look like it's scale color. Yummy, yummy. Ah, here we go. Yeah, so we're not scaling that. Let's do what's going on here? Is there a point in there? There is no point in there. Hello. 6. Then we can change that pack to have some more delicate spikes in it, maybe. That would be cool. And now it should look beautiful, even more than it did before, with none of that weird artifacting for the smaller sparks. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. That's a winner. That, my friend, is a wiener. There's still that weird kind of Fresnel halo on them. I don't know what it is, man, but it keeps me up at night. Whatever. We'll work that out. I'll put it in the bugs list. We'll work it out later. I am losing packets to the Steam. You downloading again, buddy? Steam, we talked about this. No downloading Steam. Anyway, I think that's gonna be it for me. Well, my disc is gonna be full in 10 hours. Am I even gonna make it through the week? Damn. I just really enjoy it. I honestly, it's a joy to behold for me. Not only because it's taken like 15 hours to get this working, but like I feel like I've improved. I feel like I'm slightly better at the game, you know? I've got like a workflow established. I've got like a better idea of what it takes to make a model, what it makes to make a convincing kind of animation. I'm still not HP about the weird jump at the top of the ladders, but I think it lacks a bit of dynamic, you know? It lacks a bit of something kicking it, right? It's just kind of like it's not linear, honestly. It's all on curves, a whole bunch of different curves as well. But it just seems to lack some kind of, you know, jump. It's a bit clinical, maybe. Yeah, tween would be great. The same position, but with the hair down. So it can stop, the tween can happen, and then you can moonwalk away. Perfect. Great. Well, lovely. That's it for me today. We got a fair amount done, not gonna lie. We got a decent chunk of game created. Has my mouse crashed again? Please. Please, mouse, don't crash. It has crashed. We can have, look, I'm gonna to do fiddle with the demantle timeline. Do I have another to do? Investigate weird haloing on sparks. That was it. But yeah, that's gonna be it for me today. So thank you everybody for coming to watch the live video. If you came to watch the live video, or what was uploaded, apparently with some cheeky troubles going on there for the internet. Thank you, Bardaki, for the follow. Thank you, City Popu, for the follow. Welcome to the channel, both of you. Hope you enjoy it here. Thank you for coming to watch the video on demand. If you came to watch the video on demand, and as always, I will see you in the next episode.